with Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. So, I am missing one thing. So give me a second for me to send these out. And I also do hope that the update that was running has finished up. Okay. There we are. So, yesterday Tira asked me if I wanted to go hunt with her. That is absolutely fine, so... Okay. So, since Tira has not come in yet, which is absolutely fair, different time zones and all, let me get into my you're not up to date. At least I think you're not up to date. Let me have a quick look if or not we're out of date here. For it looks a little bit on the weird side, but Drill Tusk is... Where are we? Four and 4. Dread Queen is complete. Okay, fair enough. I am absolutely up to date with my sheet. The 100th night, hello, how are you? A hydrate, let's do that. I do need to pour me some water out. So, good morning, and I hope you did sleep well. So, okay. Still a little bit left to do to get this level specifically done. That is not... it's not a very comfortable sleep then. Okay, I'm not the expert there. I used to have a ton of nightmares, but again, that was now decades Ogo as a child. But basically I learned to lucid dream and then shut them off, but it's not going to be an easy solution for anybody. So unfortunately I do not really have anything really I can help out with. I do hope though that you'll manage to get them under control. It worked very well for me, but these situations are of course not necessarily comparable. I have played Wilds when it came out. I finished the story. There are a lot of issues with it, but currently the main issue that is keeping me from revisiting the game is the unfortunately still horrid technical situation on PC. It is... yeah. I was hoping that I would be able to revisit it, not... Okay, let me make a bit of a comparison. I am running... When I bought Skyrim, bloody hell, 11? I think the original one came out 2011. It had some technical issues, but it was mostly running at about 85 FPS frames per second back in the day on my rig, and it wasn't a high-end rig at all. And Monster Hunter Wilds, with frame generation, is struggling to get up to 45 FPS. It is not comparable. The dips go very, very low on Wilds, down to 20, 22 frames per second. It is not comparable. One wasn't perfect, but the other one runs like garbage. And I somehow have the feeling that every major update is making performance worse. And they can complain as much about technical issues as they want to. It is their job to deliver a fully fledged, playable gaming experience. If they cannot do that, then I am not going to play it until they fix it. Or at least not going to play it anymore until they fix it. A 1080... Is the 1080 old enough? Because I have the feeling that the 1080 released later than Skyrim. 2016, so that was a solid 5 years after Skyrim's release. Which... yeah, this is the G rank normal Kushala armor. Come on, camera, there we go. So, just the normal armor. kit it out to the maximum and pushed up handicraft to get sharpness +2, and I think that's mainly it. Yeah, I haven't even done anything with the 4 remaining slots because it's not enough to really do anything with it. But for my playstyle, it is a great armor that I absolutely love taking out from time to time. When you made it, well, the Spider Fortress is on G4. But you stopped playing after Atalca. That is fair enough. I mean, if that is how far the game gets you to play, then that is completely fair. Do I have anything interesting? I have a lucky cat, but I do want the... Oh, that is so annoying. Yeah, I'm also worrying sometimes a little bit about the state of my Switch, mainly for the buttons, for the joypads. They are starting to drift, which after years I ought to be really happy about. No, I'm completely in the wrong part. I did want to hunt this monster. Yeah. That is quite unfortunate. But yeah, it is still my favorite Monster Hunter release ever. And I do hope that the hardware will keep up for a little while, so I don't need to replace anything. Yeah, and then it's out of warranty, and you don't really see why buying a new one, and that is an absolutely fair reason, you bloody Renoblos, to need to stop playing or to want to stop playing something. Let's concentrate a little bit here. We are getting beaten up a little bit hard. I like V3 Primes, but I grew up with Metroid. The first Metroid we had was actually Metroid Fusion. But afterwards I had the opportunity to try out Super, which might be the best Metroid style game in 2D form at least ever released. Okay, taking a big risk there with the tail, it didn't pay off. Yikes. Okay, let's heal up again. Of course. Are you kidding me? Okay, this first hunt is not going according to plan. But I can take the map along. Okay, let me see if on round 2 I can get into the groove. I think, thinking back on it, I think the main issue I had with, well, there's two big issues. An 8-player siege on update 4 for Wilds. I have not heard of it. I am also not sure if I like that. For circumstances made it that I am mainly... my default approach to Monster Hunter is solo play. And if you need 8 players... Oh, I guess they have the scaling now, so it might be fine. I'll see what it gets, especially if... Well, if they do clean up the technical aspects a lot. Well, that is what I would like to see mainly before anything. But yeah, it's not going to be the big content drop for the solo players, but it could be fun for the community in general. As I was saying for Metroid Prime, I think one of the main issues I always had with it is that it was a console shooter, which I've never managed to really enjoy. A shooter for me ought to be played on mouse and keyboard. I know there are a lot of people who disagree, but it is, for a first-person shooter, it's just the easy input method. While Prime had the lock-on system, which was useful, I never... Yes, it is how I am playing it nowadays, that I am emulating it with mouse and keyboard controls. Works pretty well, but of course it'll never be the same as the console hardware, and I know that a lot of people, like hardcore fans, do dislike very much the mouse and keyboard aspect of the emulation. But even then, it does retain some of the idiosyncrasies necessary for a console release. So while I absolutely understand the hype about it and the admiration it has from its fans, which I can understand why that is, and it does feel justified. It is not to my preference, so unfortunately for the big fans, it's never going to be on the top list for me. Which is absolutely fair. There are so many games, everybody is going to have their own list, and while I do have interest in hearing other people's lists, just because it is interesting to see what other people enjoy and what they value in a game. I am never going in with the expectation that any of my games are going to be on it, and if they are, that they're going to be in the same position or anything like that. Okay, I got Minder there. I think Metroid Prime rumors started popping quite a long time ago. But experience basically has taught me not to get hyped for anything. Okay, I'm not really looking healthy anymore. Okay, that's good. So, what was it? The last Nintendo... Well, the last... I think it was a Nintendo Direct at the beginning, more towards the beginning of the year, where they presented Switch 2 and a lot of games for it, where they showed the first trailers for Metroid Prime 4. I do worry that they are transforming it into an open world game. Everything becoming an open world game is somewhat annoying. And while you can make arguments that early Zelda was already at least somewhat an open game, an open world game, Metroid always had quite a different feeling to it. And as so often, I do worry that they are going to use the open world to pad out gameplay instead of meaningfully improving much. I didn't watch it directly, but when they then afterwards released the trailer solo, I did take a look at it. It was... The idea was to give the time frame of when I started not being aware of it, but it being also far enough along that interest felt warranted. Too often companies tend to just try to build hype before there's any real information. So, yeah. But the trailer didn't convince me. I do quite strongly think that, from what I've seen, it would have been better to put that time they used to craft that open world into putting the areas together better and not have this huge travel. There are unfortunately very few people who really did open world well. Elden Ring's pretty good, even though the weakness of the open world becomes clear. The legacy dungeons between the open world, the legacy dungeons that between the open world always felt tighter. Gameplay was feeling more adjusted in a way. That doesn't mean that the open world was terribly bad, it was just that comparing it with older games, the focus had gone away a little, and it was surprisingly very much that the open worldness of it didn't add as much as it does for other games. Skyrim, the Elder Scrolls in general is a very good example of a world really crafted to as a much more of a simulation of a lived-in place, where then the open world makes sense. You'll have forests where people go hunting and all of that. So the open world made a lot more sense, and also the somewhat emptiness, because not everybody was chock full of stuff to do. You would have minutes where you, if you wanted to do that, would just walk from city to city. But it made sense because they were depicting a lived-in world, and that is something that Elden Ring, despite all its great achievements, in my opinion, needn't have gone open world, and it would have been better for it. And yes, I do realize that one of my favorite games, and the only MMO I'm really playing, Elite Dangerous, is very empty in that regard. But there comes the simulation aspect again, where it has a specific goal in mind. Bloody hell, I did evade that. Which makes for a wonderful experience over open worldness for open worldness sake. In my, it very often feels like that for me in open worlds. That it's an open world, and it's an open world because everybody plays it. Okay. So, while open world games can absolutely be lovely, a lot of them I do feel oftentimes skeptical about. I am always happy to be proven wrong, though. But Elden Ring, for example, I think would have been better as a more focused, not open world. And while I do worry about GTA, again, that they're putting resources into the wrong direction, it is expected to be an open world, and Rockstar, so far at least, has proven that they do know what they're doing, so I hope that it is not misplaced, even though I'm not going to be buying it from release because it's going to be PS5 exclusive for a while, and I do not plan on getting a PS5. Bloody hell. Come on. Maybe I should give myself a minute or two where I'm just going to shut up and properly try to get into the rhythm today. So far, so okay, though. At least I did not cart a second time. Okay, let's see if we can make this tail go boom. Okay, not perfect, but I am getting more into the groove of things. Okay. Of course, Glavenus will jump there. Okay, that was unexpected. But down is down. And even though it wasn't my cleanest fight, it was a good enough fight. At least I'm getting the tickets and material. We just bring a pickaxe to this point and hammer away on it a little bit. And there comes another true health loot. A little bit late, but at least they are trying. Okay, there we have our 2 tickets, meaning that I only will be needing to go through this one more time, on this level at least. And I think I did forget to clean up the box after doing a lot of meld stuff. On the other hand, I do hope that it cleaned up the talismans in a way that it's only in the back part where I have to do the reorganizational part. Very much so. Upgrade armor, my gunner armor here. I'll be needing a ton of Hellblade powder. Didn't I still... that I haven't made yet, because I am missing the tail cases. Which, actually, fair enough, I could go and get working a little bit. Okay. Do I have anybody else weak against water here? That would be Deadeye, Deadeye and Garuga, and Crystalbeard. Let's see in what order we'll be fighting them. For they are next on the chopping block. And as usual, I won't be waiting until they're cold to start cutting them apart. I need material, and if they only will be giving me that material under duress, then so be it. Well, I have a medic, but I don't have anything else really. Interesting here.
Right.
What is the hunt of the day? Agnaktor. Should have just looked on the top. Why not start them out from the top? So Ragan, then Garuga. Do I need anything else? No, not really. It's a double kill. Let's hope that I can start out with a normal Uragan. I should be. I simply painting Mr. Crystalbeard. And then running away. that doesn't sound quite competent enough and heroic enough. By leaving him alone for his anger management therapy session. Let's put it like that. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back and bring a more heavy-handed approach. And for whatever reason, I have the feeling that everybody who is watching now is thinking that the therapy is not going to be working out, but let's give him a chance to make it work. Okay, I got smoked there a little. Although it wasn't smoke, it was more like fire. Seriously, not the biggest fan that if you climb a ledge, you have to continue perpendicularly. Not a great day today. Really taking a lot of damage. Hey, that's a large wyvern here. Of course, he's running off into the lava. Seriously, come on. Okay, here we go. He's coming slowly down. Okay, normal Uragan is down and out. So I'll have ample of opportunity to focus on Crystal Beard. And get that one to Cry Mama at the end then as well. Although with all the damage he did to me, I'm not exactly sure whether he wasn't feeling more frustrated that it hadn't been the opposite. Fair enough, I'm still quite a ways away of carting and losing out on the quest, but he might not have necessarily known that. Okay, I'm getting the yes, basic supplies from the guild here. Are you going to come rolling back? No, kitties, you come to me. Okay, fair enough. Let's get Spirit Gauge charged. Let's put some damage in. He's in there nice and long. Slightly early. Come on. Renoblos, you are not going to be annoying. Okay, having some inspirational music played here. Very helpful that it's also healing. Okay. Might be ruining it if I try to talk too much again, but if that happens, it happens. Que será ser. Yeah. One of the things that I find hardish to appreciate is I personally play a huge variety of games. Not just in that I am playing a lot of different games from a single genre, but I also tend to, well, not tend to, I do enjoy playing many games from many different genres. That seems to be something quite unusual. A lot of people only tend to play a few things. Or a few genres at least. And I'm playing everything from first-person shooters to Monster Hunter strategy games, RPGs, racing games, platformers. It's quite surprising in a way. I've been trying to, well, I've been writing the scripts. It's not been quite as smooth sailing as I was thinking. I enjoy beat 'em ups, fighting games, sneaking games. I have some spectacle fighters I really enjoy. So there's a lot in there, and some of the stuff I've been thinking about genres, genre mixing, also the short discussion about open world games, which back in the day tended to be something quite special, something quite specialized. Yeah, there's a lot of variety out there, and I am again surprised on how samey the games industry can make it feel sometimes. Maybe it is simply a too strong reduction in difficulty for me, but yeah, it is something that I am not the happiest about. Okay. Okay, I am quite sorry, didn't want to do this. At least not so quickly. Can I get... Did I close it? Let me have a look. Come on. Right, we need to go to the toilet. I'll be playing... I'll try to play some of the trailers for you. Okay, there we are. So, I'll be right back. Sorry for the early break, but I have to go do something very quickly. So I thank you in advance for your patience, and I'll be right back. Okay, give me a second. I am back. Thank you all very much for your patience. Let's continue on here. So, Crystal Beard, I've put some more effort in. Meaning that I have a bit more to do here. And that bit more to do being basically still every monster, every deviant here. But I reduced Crystal Beard by 2 tickets, so I'm going to do the same thing for Garuga, then Silverwind, and then Thunderlord. And instead of restarting, we'll be doing some G-Rank quests, and I do think that I'll be going to be enjoying removing some tails from G-Rank Diablos. Okay, here as well, this is a double hunt. Yian Garuga and Deadeye Yian Garuga on the same map at the same time. Both do not enjoy the phrase live and let live, so we'll have to be somewhat more forward in our teaching approach. Which I don't mind. I am perfectly well equipped to do that, despite the resistance I am expecting from the both of them. Are you... Are you serious? Hello, Tira. How are you? I hope you had some good sleep before today. I hope your Saturday is starting out great, and you had a lovely end of your day to yesterday. Well, I do hope that you're having a lovely day tomorrow as well, but tomorrow hasn't come to pass yet, so you wouldn't know if tomorrow is going to be a good day. Oh, I see. I've heard good things about the Obi-Wan series. I am going to confess that despite having been a very big Star Wars fan back before Disney, I haven't watched Star Wars since episode 7. But I am very happy to hear that you enjoyed it, even though your body is now angry with you. Bloody hell, the two of them together is... possibly the most unhealthy possible situation here for me. Can I paint you? Okay, that is both painted now. Bloody Roddy Rude. It's both of them. It is Deadeye and normal Young Garuga. Currently my first target is the normal Young Garuga. For a Deadeye, he is pretty big, but it wasn't Deadeye's tail that I caught off so far. Let me get out of the melee between the two. It wouldn't be very healthy trying to heal in that area. That's Deadeye, that's the normal one. Okay, do I get the chance to carve the tail? Okay, I did. Let's chase after the normal Young Garuga, kill him, and then we'll have our enjoyment with Deadeye. And maybe he'll feel a bit smaller once this one makes a little bit more room for him. Okay. Somebody got angry. Oh yeah, they can. Turn around when they're doing that. Pick, pick, pick. Okay, right into the trap. Don't think we'll be going very far anymore. Isabel is a body, yeah, okay, that you'll require a little bit more work then. I do not remember which quest you had to complete in order to be able to unlock the layered bodies. But if you are... Oh, okay. I see. In which case, after this quest, let me sharpen my thunder swords and let's go chase her out of her costly hideout for good. Yeah, of course. I don't mind getting a bit more healthy here. But him running away at that moment, or her running away, we're not sure for the young Garuga. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. We'll be getting some other swords ready in that case. Very nice. Okay. I don't know exactly what this Deadeye has, but stand and fight is not in his vocabulary. Stand probably is, and fight separately. They are probably there, but... So you are thirsty. Could... Fight... Oh, bloody hell. Fight your thirst a little bit and... Well, stand and fight a little bit longer. Okay. That's the tail. Okay. Just a little bit more. There's another good break. Okay. Okay, he was aiming at me even though I was standing below him. Okay, fell down. Okay, don't... Okay. He is at least severely weakened, so this ought not to take too much longer. Okay, let's take the shortcut, but also... Oh, I can just swallow the ration. Nope. no idea where I got that from anymore. And what it's doing in my inventory. But I'd like to ensure that Deadeye does not leave this area anymore. Well, there we go. So, as soon as I come back, I'll be opening up a hub then. That's a secret stash. Oh, I might have picked it up from one of the kleptomaniacs when I was fighting in the area before. I was somehow expecting to be able to find some Felvaline. But on the other hand, it is pretty clear that that is not going to happen. They will have harvested every single leaf and drop in the area already. 2 whites I cannot use in my melding. Of which I am not the most annoyed about, but it is not the best situation. It would be much easier if I could have used them as well. A bit slow to connect today. Ah, there we go. We want to raise your high rank, so we'll be staying in the pub. Not high rank, G rank. 125, 1. Oh, 07 41 24 24 20. Is the code correct? Yes, it is. Welcome in, Isabel. Or, well, Tira playing Isabel. What I cannot do, unfortunately, is be wearing a Doomslayer armor with a layered or not. They did not have anything there, unfortunately. That would have been funny. And we're starting out with Kutku. That is absolutely fine. Okay, nothing. Just be eating for the black belt. Okay. Let's get So I'm ready to kill another one of the Yin family of monsters. Okay, I didn't know that. Maybe I want to have a look then. Not today, but it is interesting that they have a Doomslayer look-alike. It is not in Generations though, so we cannot play the combo. Pteranodon's low set. I have the set, but I don't remember that specifically. I'll have a look. I'll have a look after stream and see the likeness. If I can see the likeness, maybe. Okay. He's not here, and I haven't been hunting Kutkus in an unfortunate while. Oh, there you are. Oh yeah, and he doesn't stream. Okay, in that case, I am wondering whether I could manipulate the save file, because my current save file is a female hunter, since that has become tradition for me. If not, I'll be needing to look it up on the wiki. Okay, let's see if Chicken Rodeo is... Oh, it's not all that hard, at least not yet. Although he is being pretty chicken here. Fair enough. As I said, I did want to check it out after stream. So if I'm not finding anything good about no good layout, and if it wouldn't work out, to get a little bit of save file trickery, although it should work. It's in that sense not a cheated save file. I'll let you know tomorrow if I've been able to find it or not. Fair enough. Again, I'll have a bit of a look at it. They are pretty open with purely visual mods. So I don't think they have a problem of me copying a save file and altering the gender. I have the PC version. Yeah, okay. In which case, unfortunately, no crossplay. On the other hand, I do understand the very substantial additional cost trying to get crossplay working. A lot of there is unfortunately work involved because the different hardwares do their network structure slightly different, and so you need to adapt everything to everything, which is a lot of work. And then for the console releases, unfortunately, it would also need the acknowledgement of the manufacturer, of the hardware manufacturer. So now that we have taken apart the local monster tangent, dang. Okay. Probably taking the longest way around possible. I'll be now right there. In a way, right on time, but you did the last bit of heavy lifting. Yeah, but I did not feel like letting him live. Bulldromes in general are a monster I like to kill if it turns up as an invaded, just because in my head it reduces the amount of Volfango. Since Daddy is going to be dead for a while until replaced. And while they do seem to be breeding pretty heavily, I do hope that that approach at least makes a little bit of a difference. Even though technically it would not be able to do any difference. Get some more resistances here. Accountant. Well, it's not really what I want to take, and since I don't know what element to take, I'll be taking thunder, so I'll be eating against my weakest element and raising that up a little bit, even if it's 3 points only. Okay, surprise, surprise, dragon is my weakest element. But we're probably not going to be fighting anybody with dragon elemental attacks, and if it is the case, well, 3 points are not going to be making enough of a difference. Neither for me to switch my armor, neither really in the damage I'm taking. It's not like it's no difference, but it's a lot less from 10 to from 15 to 12 than the damage reduction from 10 to 7. Okay. We'll be hunting Mr. Flashbang. Although that is unfair to all the Mrs. Flashbangs. Is there such a honorific for... I don't think there is a direct gender neutral one for that one. Well, doesn't matter. Whether it be Mr. or Miss. I understand. Don't worry about it. If you take a quick break, okay, let's remove the flash thing from its forehead, I want to say. Okay. There we have the flashbang risk removed. And now it is only a matter of slicing the chicken apart properly. We'll maybe waste one here in case he manages to get off. He is still not completely down here. There we go. Finally, he's stopped playing an overgrown chicken possum. I hope that the Juggy family over there doesn't decide to come be annoying. I wasn't very much in that. Filling up the storage there. Okay, that is a talisman I can definitely keep. I currently do not seem to have any major issues with health, so I'll be keeping the normal one again. I have not really an idea, so let's eat against yeah, let's eat for thunder resistance and bring the normal item bag with us. Maybe I will then be taking quickly a little bit of time to get Deadeye armor upgraded. Deadeye, there we go. Two improvements to the armor pieces. I do not need to rearrange anything, but putting it down into the spreadsheet is a good idea. Okay. Next quest is coming up. Chephadrome and Hermitor. Okay. I'll be bringing a few. That reminds me, I did at one point want to go fetch myself more Screamers. That's what I was looking for. And when I get back, I absolutely have to have a look at honey procurement. I am ready to deal with the two of them. Okay. Mr. Fish Sand is somewhere about here, I'd be guessing. Swimming through the nice, compacted, rough sand. Well, he is a shark, that is. Not too bad a moment to roughen one's skin up nicely. Okay, he is possibly jealous of his larger cousin. Okay, no idea what that was all accumulating to. Bloody hell. Okay. But specifically, this one right now would give me so much trouble is slightly annoying me. Okay, I really had enough of Chephodron already. Mario Yamakoi, how are you? Hello, welcome in. Hopefully you are having a great Saturday so far. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. So... okay, he's not coming out at the moment. The hunts are going fine so far. This oversized fish is giving me some surprising trouble, but being of Plesioth closeness, it maybe ought not to surprise me quite as much. Okay, we have him almost down. And there he is. I see something shiny over here, so let us pick that up, and then we'll need to go looking for the crab. Or not, since it has decided to join us. I was hoping for him to stay in place a bit longer. Okay. Okay, getting put onto the back immediately. There we go. Flying down again. Very nice to see. He's not going to be pushing on for too much longer. And I have lost quite a bit of sharpness. Let's bring that back up for maximum damage. Luckily, he hasn't been pulling himself over into Area 3 immediately, but he is staying in the entrance in such a way that is annoying to reach right now. I am currently playing with Tira, so, and she wants to get this account to at least unlock Hunter rank by killing a Tal'Kar, mainly to do some fusion unlocks. So I'm helping her out, and we'll see how far we will be getting. So I do hope that it goes smoothly and rather quickly. I am always forgetting on how many quests there were. In order to get up to the urgent ones, but I am not in a rush. Some nice tickets, just filling up the box. Okay. I did say that I wanted to have a look at honey procurement. I have a little bit of a... Okay, we still have honey incoming as well as sap. And I do think that I can go out for everything again. Just give me a second. I'll be right there, but I do want these trades ongoing as we are hunting. And honey definitely can never have enough. So, what is the next monster? Okay, that's double one. Okay. Well, Geodrome is hopefully going to give me quite a few screamers, although I do not think that on G rank he enjoys doing that anymore. But getting one or two would actually be quite nice. We do have the necessary hot drinks to survive the cold up on the mountaintops. So the two disturbances ought not to be too much of an issue. Okay, starting all the way up the foot of the mountain. Let's get up here. And the cats are pretty quick climbers. I also have no need for the drinks, unlike the hunters. If the piggy joins, I'll be taking care of that one. There's a crest broken. Very nice. That is going to speed this up a little bit. And now he's stumbling about like a drunk Englishman. And this one is not going to be bothering anybody anymore. And nuisance number 2 basically immediately joins us. Okay, I'm going to see if I can... Good. He is quite a bit bigger than the one that interrupted our Kutku fight. All in all, I don't think he has a very long life expectancy. Very nice. Baldrum left us alone until the right moment. I don't think that's... No, pigs don't have the deer eyes with the long pupils. I'm pretty sure, at least. Yep, this one was pretty clean, thank you. I am a little bit over-equipped for them, if I am completely honest, but we don't really care about that at the moment, I think. Is he always that big? I haven't done this quest in a while, but I'm pretty sure the crown already is not going to be improved right now. On one hand, I'm not too unhappy with it. That makes his areas here where you can jump off and all of that nicely large, so you have plenty of opportunity to bring your sword up a charge with it. Yeah, nothing special, so I'll just eat for black belt wood. Okay, Royal Ludroth. As long as they die quickly enough that they're not together, that's going to be a pretty nice fight as well. But then again, at the very beginning of stream, I did underestimate a Hellblade, and he carted me once for my trouble. I'm not exactly sure if that is completely correct with what I wanted to say. I mean the idiom part, not the beginning of the sentence. Well, whatever, we have the Ludroth now. Let's focus on those for a moment. Okay, that's one crack. How the... Okay, second color charge. I do want to get to red bar before the first blue drop dies. I am becoming more and more skeptical that I will achieve that. Especially if he enjoys to taunt and lie about. Okay, can I reach? But he bloody flinched. Okay, before getting involved with the second looter, I absolutely want to sharpen. So I hope he's not going to come crash the party here. Okay, that is number one down. The shiny, of course, disappears the moment I want to pick it up. That is absolutely unsurprising. That has been the modus operandi since Freedom Unite. Okay, probably have a ton in the back I do not need. Getting moved through an entrance. Seriously, if I don't pick it up soon, it's going to be gone again, and I do want the opportunity to gather a few more for academy points. There we go. Okay, there comes the rollover flinch. Let's see if we can cut the second tail off as well. And he is enjoying to lie down at the moment. I'm very happy for that. Okay, that must have been a jump off of one of the Ludroth's attacks. I can carve twice? No. Okay, that's the berry right next to. Okay. Second Ludroth down. And I did have a look for the eyes. The form of Bullfanger's eyes is most unusual. That is fine. I might go for a quick solo quest then. I might just go for Silverwind. And then you can enjoy a little bit of breakfast. Okay, that is a new gold crown. Very happy to see that. I am still missing quite a few. Although, on the first inspection, I am missing a lot less than I was expecting. For size, for most, I at least have a silver crown already. It's the smaller end where I have more holes, and even there, a lot less than I was expecting. So, for Silverwind, I do want to bring the correct element. Manage equipment, arrange. You're going to trigger me if I'm not putting you in your place. Do enjoy. Bloody hell. Come on, let me put this there so I can at least have a look at the time whenever I want. I think we might barely be able to qualify it Still as a breakfast over lunch, or brunch rather. Which, though, doesn't change that I'm really wishing you a great appetite and enjoy. It's 9:20. Okay. Okay, then I've been an hour wrong. I thought it was 10:19 already. For you. Okay, fair enough. I did get that wrong then. We did say Silverwind here. That's a... I keep forgetting that all of these are doubles. It ended for us as well, so we should have ended up at the same time. Must have had something somewhere a little wrong. Doesn't matter much. And I can now correct myself. Your Silverwind. I do not want to engage you first. I'd prefer to engage the normal Narga first in the combi. And he is already demonstrably disliking my presence. Well, that was a risk. Okay. Okay, first break. That is absolutely fine. I am currently in a quest. Oh, I did forget to pin the room information. Give me 1 second here. Try to multitask. Here we are. And then okay. That's a jump and a fall and everything basically together. Yeah, that is the long-term goal for today. I am expecting that we'll be needing to invest a little bit more time tomorrow as well. But it's been going pretty decently far so far. Okay. That is one down quickly. I did not get the tail as usual for Narga. I really need to sit down and focus on it if I do want to get it down. Okay, will we be fighting Silverwind here, or will he decide to move on? Okay, that is good to know, thank you. Not that I am terribly ban happy. But if I then see your character, I will be aware that it is you. Well, I wouldn't say crazy, as in so much he's going to just take a while. But Mr. Pinata is, on every other account, a pretty fun hunt. Okay, I did get the recovery in. Yeah, that is my experience mostly as well. He is a nice, chill hunt if you want to have some fun on a pinata, basically, for me. I am still missing Shengaoren from Freedom Unite. I would have been oh so happy had he also returned with Lao in this game. So he is going to be a little bit painful, but I think we ought to manage. Well, saying he's going to be a little bit painful might be a bit of an underestimation, since he actually might be one-shotting your character in this case. But he is big and usually slow enough that you can see them coming, and you can go to camp and go refill your acorns regularly. That already is going to be quite helpful for you. Okay, did I forget to sharpen the sword, or is it already down into blue sharpness again? I hope it's only down again and not that I forgot to sharpen. Okay, if he manages to get away, I won't be terribly angry, because that means that I can now sharpen up at least a little bit. That was a pretty aggressive slash, but I really was hoping that'll connect. Had it connected, that would be much nicer. Well then, feel free to accept the, what was it, Barov? I'll be switching the swords back to, I think, roar only over a little bit of blast potential. And then we can continue the climb to Atal'Kar. Okay, I'm getting plenty of unique and choice mushrooms. Now suddenly it's switched to toadstools. Somebody wants to poison me, I guess. Okay, let's get the loot in quickly. Okay, all of you are useful. As I said, I'm going to quickly go switch my weapon out. Yep, you have a ton of sharpness. True. Give me a second. Here you are. Let me have a quick meal. That'll be for next time. That doesn't really matter. Okay, foodie. It's decent enough, but I do like my plain black belt. I think he was starting out at the Oasis. Let's go have a look. Heavy bowgun. Is that your I'm guessing that would be your main weapon. I see him. Let's get him out. Of course, I'm getting charged here. We still have one slot open, chair. And you are welcome to join. We are helping... We're going to be helping Tira to reach Atalka and defeat it. So she can unlock the Palico body armor fusions. Welcome to the hub. Okay. Come on. Okay. Not much energy left. But of course, he can't help it and he has to run away. Come on out. Okay. I do have well, my main is longsword, and I do use it for basically everything. There are very few exceptions, but I am trying to improve my weapons arsenal by doing by creating all of the deviant weaponry. The idea was more or less that I'd like to have a good weapon of most elements, plus create a good dragon element to complement it, and then so for most weapons I'd have a deviant weapon available. Turns out it's a long grind. It's fun, but it's a lot longer than I originally thought it would take. And up until then, I'll be using the longsword, and afterwards you, chat, can have a lot more control over it. You know, do not have anything to do here. Let's bring this one. Yeah, it is. If you all tally it together since Freedom Unite, it's a lot more. This is the weapon situation, basically. I have an overflow of long swords, and then here is the deviant weapons, and a little bit more space for miscellaneous and behind there, and this is going to be my whole gun armor page later on. This is the most unbalanced card I ever had. There's a lot going on today. Well, Hustler, I'll take it. Okay, that was making a lot more noise than I thought. If you did hear any rumbling in the background, that ought to have disappeared now. Yeah, I do not mind to just go through the key quests for you. And I do also have never seen anything wrong at looking up the key quests. Okay. Baratheon. I will need to get down a mountain for her. Okay, taking the right exit would speed up my arrival. Okay. I've taken a little bit of damage, so let's heal up. Which way will she go? Yeah, okay. The nest is up there. I shouldn't have been surprised that with how hurt she is, she would want to go back to the nest. Okay, so did manage to get the tail off after all. Barely in time. So, nice work on the hunt. She didn't really stand a chance. Next, okay. Next up, we have the big fish. He's not anywhere where we'll need hot drinks. Yes, I ought to better bring some hot drinks. Okay, secret base. I'll be hoovering up a little bit at least. And there is also some bones here. It would make for a decent upgrade in helmet defense, I think. But that is mainly, I guess, I'm not really using any... I'm not really looking into the cat armors too deeply. Okay, I've completely forgotten that. He can be over here too. I think in Freedom Unite, you can only fight him in the cave. No, you are not going to come disturb any of us. Ooh, I got sleepy. Maybe should have brought Insomniac. Okay. Ah, there he is. I wonder whether it is here as it was in... in Freedom Unite, where Plessy could die in the water and be completely inaccessible. Probably not anymore. With how quickly he died coming out of the water, I'd guess that he was one hit away. Well, he would have died had he been on land, but they made him jump out first. Okay. I'll make a quick confession. I am not the greatest fisher. It's fine, but for whatever reason, I do not share a lot of people's Hello, welcome in, Last Raven. Well, technically, it's not off stream, so she's fine. That is completely fine, don't worry about it. Thank you for joining us, it was a lot of fun. If you want to, I'll be streaming Monster Hunter every weekend for the foreseeable future, so if you want to play a bit more, absolutely you're welcome back. Let's put some more meat on the table here. Okay, I still have 3 stacks of raw meat left. That is quite a few sorties with a bow. I am quite a bit behind. Well, I'm 4,000 bow uses behind your mark there. Stinky, stinky Congalala. I don't think I'll ever have that particular bow. I don't think I would have the space on this account, and welcome in, Last Raven, welcome to the fun. Spider is the prime rapid bow. Well, you are much more the expert there than I am. And the longsword does not distinguish between different ammo types. You have all your swipes with all your longswords always available, which I do not think is anything new for the majority of my viewers, but yeah, for those who don't know, the bows do have different arrow types that behave differently. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's down. No? Okay. I was mistaken where he starts, and Raven and Chair have already found the fart bag. And Tira, congratulations on your defense upgrade. And we are all stinky. Well, not all of us, but... Okay, he didn't go anywhere. Let's bring a few more insects home. Isn't the Stygian worm... No. Yeah. And except for Loda, I am decently familiar with the... Well, the basics of a bow, because I use bows to hunt all 3 Fatalis in Freedom Unite. It is, in that game, the one exception where I'll always switch up my weaponry. And while I do think it does feel, at least, that they nerfed Akanto bow a little bit since its release on Freedom Unite. In Freedom Unite, it's very much an OP Dragon Element bow. So... Well, that is also basically then where my knowledge of bow ends, and I am unsure what I am missing, probably quite a bit. Oh, okay. Okay, in that case, I know what you're talking about. I am using it in Freedom Unite for the Akanto bow. I'm not sure the skill was called the same. It probably was. I might remember it because of the... I might misremember that because of the name of the jewels. The ammo box jewels, that is what I'm used to look for in the list when I do go for it, or to go for the creation of the combo I always use. Okay, we have the big spider. I do know where it's spawning in, or I think I remember where it's spawning in. And here indeed it is. Okay. I did not expect for the spider to... Okay, I was... It is running away, but it does want to use the upper exit here. I hope it's not taking a bath in the toxic pool. Yeah, this was less of a hunt and more of a massacre. Not that I is complaining, but Nurxilla didn't really stand a chance here. Okay, it's perspective, but it looks like that Nurxilla is munching on my sword. I am okay with having some sinus issues. I'm not sure if that is the best way to deal with it. You're probably not using air conditioned. It's probably not like air conditioned at the moment. I'm no doctor though, so all my rumoring here is probably not very helpful to anybody. Let's go with yeah, that is very understandable. Very often, especially in winter, internal heat can start to feel a bit oppressive. Did I exchange my items? I have. And it is also clear that sometimes it's going to be a bit complicated to keep a more comfortable temperature up. I see, Raven, that you switched over to Nurse Skiller's armor. I am ready. Whenever you are. Okay, I see. So, what are we hunting? Okay. Haste Rain is fine. Okay. Let's start out with the bouncy ball. And of course I'm expecting a roar when there is none to be had. Oh, Renoblos. Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing that you two removed Macau. And of course, entry jumping is my big skill here. I do want to go fetch the shiny. Again, make number go up a little bit more. But I've been so conditioned to pick them up, and I probably won't care even if I max out the points. Okay, I have not played Adept Bow, well, at all. I'm guessing you have a bonus after a insta-evade? I absolutely understand that. I am the same when I got Generations. Both me and a friend I've been playing with a lot more back in the day, we were absolutely on Adept style. We found it. They gave us the most OP style for us ever. Well, do remember that the egg consortium has become more careful with what eggs you pick up ever since you had that Crimson Fatalis hatching there in for you. They are looking a little bit more careful at eggs, so make sure you don't bring a infected egg back. Adept and Guild, you only have one power shot. I see. Of course, that would be a huge damage multiplier, I'm guessing. It's not ideal. Okay, I'd be... on controller, aiming after that jump is going to be posing a little bit of a challenge, I am pretty sure. So them not putting that in is clear. So you don't have access to the normal 3 charge levels? But only 2. Does that mean that a counter bow on aerial style would only have 1 charge level? Ugh. I am already missing its quadruple shot from Freedom Unite. I do not want to be handing back another one as well. When you jump, you fire a 2nd level shot. Okay, I see. I am much more used to the longsword, but if I had to do a bit of explanation, I'd be mainly... Okay, where is Basarios? Aerial in general seems to be a mostly avoided style. At least from what I've seen. I think one of the big exceptions might be Hammer. But I only really have enough experience with longsword. Okay, Sword and Shield has busted the aerial style. Okay, I was expecting for you to roll. Okay. So it is more useful than I gave it credit for. Once I have my collection of Sword and Shield and Duo Blades, I'll be trying them out aerial style. So it allows you to easily and quickly double up on hits. Which is nice to have. Since Sword and Shield and Dual Blades rely on speed of attack to gain a lot of DPS over raw single attack damage. Now that I have a little bit here, I do feel like my vocabulary to explain how to use weapons is probably somewhat lacking. If I had to explain to somebody how to play that longsword, it's basically you watch for attacks and time it right, run back in, try to charge up, repeat. Okay, that makes sense. So you have the paralyzation procs and you have the mounts, which then together will be removing the danger from the monster and you, yeah, lock it down and pummel it to death. Okay. Okay, that is interesting. I guess I have to play about a little bit more. But I know myself, if I find a good style that I like, I'll probably be locked into it. Probably meaning that for dual blades I'll try out aerial for a while and then go back to adept, because I can evade so much more nicely. Okay, for that one I'll be switching out my weapon though. That is absolutely fair. Let's pull the piñata apart. Yeah, just to be safe. Yeah, he'll be a very decent upgrade. And then you'll have to see whom is left standing in your way up to Atal'Ghar. And then you can enjoy yourself creating all kinds of armor looking exactly like you want it to. And Lawa always has been, at least for me, a very fun monster to fight. Terribly enjoyable, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, he is the urgent quest to get to 4-star G rank. Here's the upgrade to 3-star, actually. Okay. That is surprising. I thought he was at the end of the G3 star level. Yeah, that I had fun before with a, well, suboptimal hammer against one of the crabs. And I was aware that it would probably be mostly relegated to them. I was yeah, I think that's going to be absolutely fine. You would, well, it's not an issue for me, let's put it like that. I do understand that you do not want to put yourself too much into harm's way, especially because your defense is comparatively weak compared to armor of this level. Okay. Unlucky timing. Well, as I see it, it could definitely be worse, but it could also definitely be better. Someone is a little bit unhappy here. I don't quite understand why. I think he volunteered to be our piñata. Okay, this is a good interlude to sharpen up a little bit. I don't think he's going to spend a lot of time at the local barricade. Looks like we are wasting that time beforehand. Oh, that's not so nice. I'm trying to charge myself, keep hitting when he's back on the move. It is my fault that I'm bad at timing it. Here we go. Okay. I just have a question. It doesn't feel particularly... like, it's not like terribly important, but can the kitties use the demolisher if they cannot bring the dense Markle needed to fire it? Because on one hand, yeah, that would absolutely make sense. You need a special item to fire the demolisher, so if you don't have that, it doesn't work. And on the other hand, if you have a group, they can grab the dense Markle, so that is one of the exceptions to them not carrying items. Because I am pretty sure they cannot bring the bombs or so. From the chests. Pretty sure it didn't like that. Okay, I did get... Okay, something cracked. I would have guessed shoulder. But I am not sure if that is what broke. I'm also not really seeing all that much at the moment. You're giving him his parting shots from here. I really do need to resharpen. I am happy with, I want to say, 98% of the changes they have done to this area. And I know this is going to be controversial. I somehow missed that area between the camp and the main fortress. Hello, Silver Lake. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. I'm really missing that small, useless, sometimes annoying area, it somehow gave the sense that there is more about than only the canyon path and fortress. Okay, I do not quite remember your time zone. But I hope you slept well and that whether you took a nap or just woke up, that you're going to have a good rest or good complete of your day. Okay, what are you doing to break for you like that? And faster in what sense? Faster in running or but only you, not the rest of the monsters. That does sound in a way it does sound like fun, but it also feels like it's going to be, you need to get used to it or it's going to feel very hectic to control, I think is the right word. And as long as you're not using these mods, I do tend to come back to that. I did have a discussion about mods recently. You are very welcome to it. Enjoy the view from top. Yeah, as I was about to say, as long as you're not using these mods with unsuspecting co-op partners, that is an absolutely fair way of playing the game. I mean, yes, it's not the intended way, but it does add something new and fun to the game, so it's absolutely not an issue. Although now that I think about it, that kind of mod actually might be breaking the netcode of the game. Which sometimes already feels like it's held together with gravy sauce and Weetabix. I mean, it works solidly enough, but it does have some pretty obvious glitches from time to time. Okay. He unfortunately didn't even make it to the Dragonator. Yeah, unfortunate. It would have been quite the spectacle had he died when you fired it, but we still would have missed proof of a hero. I do too, Silver. It is... On the one hand, I am happy that more people play it, that it is something more people can enjoy, but I am unhappy about that they changed so much from the original formula, which is why I still feel that Generations is the best release in the Monster Hunter series. That too. I mean, I think Wilds has issues. Some of these issues stem from developer choices. Some of them might just not be... might be a lack of skill or something. I mean, the technical issues. But I'd never sent anybody a death threat. I think it's more... I don't know, one thing that I do... that I am pretty sure about is that smaller, more tight-knit communities are often a lot nicer than huge mainstream ones where everybody thinks he has the best opinion on how to fix the particular issue he currently has, and then when nobody listens to them, they become annoyed and angry. If I had the decision-making power, I'd definitely bring back the stopping and flexing for the potions, paintballs for you to be able to see where the monster is on the map, and not that mark out a specific monster. I mean, it's marked out pretty quickly if you just break something. No restocking during quests, absolutely. Okay, fair enough. The character creation system has become a lot more complex and a lot more in-depth. No, I do need to switch my weapon. Bloody hell. Sorry. Be right back. Okay, I understand what you're going for with a small field box. So basically, if you have like 4 monster hunts, at least that's how I would implement it. if you have a 4-monster hunt, you can send ahead some potions, whatever you'd like, and then after 2 are dead, you get the items or something. But honestly, I do think that I prefer the provision division way. Order a provision after meeting the requirements, it comes dropping in. I'd much prefer that. I wouldn't even be allowing, if I had the power to implement it, bringing it a second set. I do think that you're going to see that in the 3 modern games, yes. I absolutely understand that it makes the quests a lot easier, but I do not dislike the preparation aspect. And hello, Gregor, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday so far. Okay, I'm not sure if I have a video of it, but I beat Primal Malzenio solo without restocking, basically playing old school. He's not the easiest, but he is possible. So yeah, I wouldn't mind bringing back a lot. Also, what I absolutely would implement immediately, you are able to forge decorations, you are foraging for talismans, and skills don't give you immediate benefits. You do need to build them up again. Maybe make it a little bit easier for newer people, but basically have the build up and steps again, rather than having 6 levels and every point brings you benefits. It's one of my main gripes with the modern Monster Hunter games. Yeah, the Spirit Birds are... On one hand, I do enjoy running up the map, collecting them. It, in a way, replaces the farm phase from Freedom Unite for me. But I am personally not using mods on Rise, so I have the same journey issue. But yeah, it is suboptimal, but again, I see it as the farm time from Freedom Unite. And joining random hunts, it is handy to be able to switch your bow to a more fitting bow for the hunt. So maybe we could replace that with a script. So if you go for a random hunt, that you get a quick screen. This is the quest they currently have to fight. select your set and then go from there on. If netcode permits. I'm not the expert there, but that is how I want to solve that issue. You weren't able to forge Lao's weapon. What are you missing? A Cortex. I would not particularly mind if we want to go again. I don't know about the others because it is taking up quite a little bit of time going for him, but maybe then this time he might be running over a little bit quicker. Oh, okay, I see. That is a little bit of a silly mistake. Yes. And even if we're not going to hunt him today, there are more days and I'll be happy to join you on another Piñata chase. Okay. Antira, I didn't notice. Congratulations on your 10 stream watch streak. Thank you very much. It means quite a bit for me. Yeah, I'm not keeping that sword and shield. I probably have it twice at least already. Yeah, thank you. It means a lot of... It means a lot for me that you think that I am worth watching that regularly and that consistently. Yeah. Okay, Glavenus it is. Okay. I did eat, didn't I? Yes. Is that a mix between the quest tender and guild armors? Yeah, I am happy that your headache is gone, or almost gone too. It is remarkable that we have the possibility nowadays to have medicine that's effective and that side effect free. It is a modern marvel and one that, in my opinion, not enough people can really appreciate. Over the last 100 years, we have, I think, almost doubled life expectancy, and people are able to live a lot more healthy and a lot better lives in general, because we understand so much more than we did back then, and that is a great thing. So it is normal Glavenus where you can double tap the tail and still have enough time to roll out from the attack. I thought that it was able to do that. Then felt a bit like an idiot when I couldn't do it with Hellblade. I'm afraid we're not able to get the tail off him. A Hell Shell, that's a hell of a cool name. Okay. Okay, so I was correct with the Guild Knight armor, but I didn't see the rest correctly. Okay, those are... Okay. Okay, it looks very, very nice. Well, it is 10 scrap after all. So it is only mostly useless. Okay, some Veggie Elder tickets. Ooh, a cosmic one. They can't even be traded for scraps. Oh. Where they're trying to avoid people mistakenly handing them in and then being disappointed that they just ruined a pallium. Possibly, but yeah. And then if you can't use it, becomes completely useless. Well, there is always the possibility of selling it, so. But yeah, that is not. Money problems are usually not a big issue. Okay, either Mizutsune or Gamoth, I'm guessing, and it was Mizu. I have eaten. Items are fine. Okay. Okay, we do have to remove the threat before the old knight is absolutely unrecoverable. That though could have happened with any monster, but yeah. He's dropping something and then it turns out it is so completely useless. Okay, I'd managed to reach Mizu here and charge my blade up on him. Well, it might be a bit over dimensioned for just being a blade. And something else has broken there. Okay. And that is the end of that. Okay. And he did decide to die in such a way that the tail is also right there. Yeah, I am usually happy breaking one of the claws. They are not the easiest of targets. At least with a longsword. I'm not so sure how it is for other weapons, but for the longsword, it is not an easy target. Luckily, the hard claws are not unique to breaking the claws off, so you usually have a decent supply of claws when you keep fighting him normally. Okay, I do not really need to worry about ice resistance for this one. I can bring it together with Weakener, which I don't think is a very useful skill here, but I want my black belt. Correct items first, then bring the hot drinks. Okay, that is not something I am happy to see. Please give me a second. I do now want to check some stuff. I just want to take a look at the router where the problem comes from. I am aware that I'm still live, but I'm wondering, I'm just wanting to make sure. But thank you very much, that is. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any reports here. It might have just been the switch disconnecting. So let's see if the code and everything stayed the same. And if I can rejoin for one. Okay. Then I'll be coming back. I don't have anything weird in my router logs as well, so might just have been a quick disconnect here. Yep, I'm still fine. Sorry for the wait, everybody, and thank you for your patience. Looks like it. But in this case, I think it would pay. It does pay off having a quick check over the network, rather than and be sure it was just a connection fluke over having more problems with pathing or something like that, and then continuing and completely disconnecting. If you could have quickly fixed it before it became a huge problem. And in this case, it was only being a little bit of switch silliness. Okay. That is much better timing-wise. She's not having a good time here. Absolutely. I'd be happy to have you for some deviant hunts. Absolutely. Of course. Okay, I have paid no attention to my health, unfortunately. Sorry everybody, that was pure silliness. And now I do need to charge back in order to get my carbs. Yeah, this is... This is absolutely on me. I should have healed. Should have kept my health. I should have kept an eye on my health to start out with. Okay, meager rewards for what is possible, but I would have felt a bit bad had I gotten a huge amount of rewards after carting that sillily. Anything interesting? No strings attached? No. Okay. I'll keep much more of an eye on my health for this time, promised. And we're going to be taking down... Okay, I don't know why it popped up into my head now, but the very first time we saw his artwork, we called him Snow Tigrex, which in a way is fitting, but we never called Narga Cat or Black Tigrex, so what it was very clear for us that they were related. Barioth was Snow Tigrex for quite a while. And we're back at the Frozen Seaway. I don't quite understand why, but Raven, unfortunate. Did your Switch also decide to drop network, surprisingly? Okay, here we are. Don't worry about it. So let's break those wing arms. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, with that, both should be cracked now, making him a lot easier to fight. Okay. I do want to try and get rid of the tail. Okay, and I saw my health. Let us just... I am fine, but thank you very much for telling us. Okay. I don't think the three of us can stop him, but he is almost down now. Okay, he is not flying very far yet, so hopefully we can stop him over here before we have to run over half the map to kill him. Okay. Ay. Yeah, I get that. Yep. Thank you. That was... I put myself into quite a silly position there, so thank you very much. It's again one of those, unfortunately, Prowler useless items. Yeah, I get it, but they are on the drop table, so... And on the other hand, the more you're going to complain about it, the more the game is going to give them to you. You know how the game is. If it knows that you want something or don't want something, you get the opposite for 50% of the time. Not 50%, more like 90%, but yeah. Click, click, click. Everything to the box. Yeah, I do understand that. That is a currently, unfortunately, useless item. But it would have been very useful on another place. Again, usually the game knows. Or at least seems to know. And Raven, if you want to join again, feel absolutely free. If, of course, you also have something else to do or don't feel like it, that's completely fine. But you are welcome to join us again. Certain gravitas. Okay, gravios. I don't mind waiting a little bit longer, but if we're not hearing anything from him, I don't know what he's planning for the evening, if it's evening for him. Okay. Don't worry. Okay. Some of those words I can mean something to me out of context, like oatmeal, cream pie, snack. I'm guessing it's a combination of oatmeal with the filling of cream pie. I don't know, but I do not know this snack. Which is not surprising. The world is a big place and I haven't been able to travel all around sampling all the snacks. So... okay, cookie with a cream filling. We have some of those as well. Probably not exactly the same. Think Twinkie. Okay, Twinkie. Okay. Hope your reboot goes fine and yeah. Basically snack cake. That is something surprisingly rare in Europe. We tend to put them more into distinct categories. Well, the main thing is if you're enjoying them, that's the most important part. MKL, no, this is not Fatalis. This is the Volcanic Hollow, and we'll be hunting Gravios. Normal white Gravios. Yeah, and it's not so much the snack variety or so that is I find to be an issue, but more the ingredients in those, which tend to be also oh, there is junk food here. We have a lot of chocolates and stuff, but it is noticeably different from the US market snacks. Yeah, and that is also something I'm not sure how many people do realize that snacks tend to differ from country to country. There are different snacks in France than you find in Germany. And you're not able to get everything all around. Okay, don't worry about it. Oh, it's easy to be pessimistic at the moment. But I also do not know the exact circumstances Spain is having right now. This is Gravios. He is the adult version of Basarios. Yeah, I think more of him as a contour food, but that stems from a very specific video. But Laser Papa is also quite obvious where it comes from. Body type, maybe a little bit. Diablos is a very different monster to fight though. He likes to charge a lot more than Gravios, is a lot faster than Gravios. He has his charges, but it's not his main danger. And he feels quite different. Not sure what you mean by race. Oh, race like that. Okay. Yeah, both are flying wyverns, but that is quite a broad category. Yeah. That is absolutely fine, Angry Chair. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you very much for the hunts. It's been a lot of fun. No, they are quite different. Yeah, and some monster classes can get very, very broad. I don't quite see it. Diablos is a lot leaner than Gravios, meaning he's a lot thinner. The tails are completely different. Gravios is pretty thick, all about, and they fight completely differently. And another big one, Diablos does not have the sensitive chest where you can that you can break open. He is thick. I think that is the correct usage of that. Yes. Yes, he is. They are the same category as Rathalos Astalos, but then again, that also includes Tigrex and Akantor. So not necessarily. Yeah, let's go for this. That is true. Duramboros is also quite the thick one. We never got a tree, and if there is a tree, so what very often happens is that since they are invented, the tree can be rather loose. But yeah, they are related in as so far they are flying wyverns. Also, something we need to keep in mind is if that definition of flying wyverns would hold up under a more intense study is something I'd actually predict that it wouldn't. So it tends always to be very hard to put invented species into a strong tree. Anginas and Devilio are again in the same overarching category. They're not the same species at all. And that is true as well. Capcom sometimes does some very weird decisions in that regard, which they are laymen in that regard. But a little bit of in educating oneself would not come amiss in that situation, in my opinion. No, they are not unknown species. But they are not the same. Very similar, especially for Anjanath and Devilio, but not the same. And I have not seen that tree either. I am guessing that it is... that they're going to have a few weird decisions in there. Yeah, this is Valstrax. He is a really great monster, but he does really put up a lot of movement for his fight. It is Valstrax, yes, and he is the main Elder Dragon of GU, you're right. Whoops. Where are you? Okay. He is the village boss, yes. Yes, this is Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Ooh. Okay. He came in angry there. Okay. Oh, bloody hell, I didn't see that. Okay. He is also extra large. For an Elder Dragon, most Elder Dragons are a lot smaller. Oh yeah, absolutely. He has a really cool concept. I really enjoy fighting him as well. Oh, come on. Of course I'm starting to get the timings worse and worse. Okay. I'll go fetch. That's unfortunate. Yep. That's fine. We still have a few, and once we get to Atal Khat, which will be, unless you play with the others, going to be tomorrow, since having taken a look at the time, I'll need to finish up soonish, so this is going to be my last quest, unfortunately. And he's coming over to you. Oh, come on. Okay, back up. Okay. Let's get some more work done on the tail. Too hectic. That's unfortunate. Okay, more tail work. Come on. My bloody hell. Stood up too quickly here. Now with the angle, he's... Okay. Got him to explode. And that is absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, he is looking nice and starting to be completely broken, except the wings, if I see this correctly. Haven't been able to get the wings a single time yet. What are you considering to be Super Voltstrucks? Don't worry if you quickly have to go fetch more acorns. And I do know that the fights and the fight feeling is different for everybody. But for me, I feel like Valstrax having a very nice flow to combat. Seriously? Crimson is worse? I think he's... coming charging in. Well, for some people, yes. One thing is that everybody feels slightly different about a specific monster or a specific variant. I don't find Crimson Glow to be all that bad, but... Oh, okay, Event Valstrax. No. The Risen is a good challenge, but he's not OP. Absolutely not. Especially the normal version. His pattern, for me at least, is a lot easier than normal Valstrax. I think that is a place where we'll have some disagreements, which is fine. Get to you. Okay, I would want to have a stake at one point. Oh, that's not where I should have put that. See if I can interrupt him. Nope. He did charge up completely. Okay, I do understand with the aura and everything, he's made to look really cool. For me, it feels like they've been overdoing it. I do prefer the look of the normal Valstrax. Bloody hell. And that is fair. It is. I prefer the normal one, but he is in general a very cool concept. Okay, he is moving back up. He is definitely an S rank monster. My favorite monster, though, is Nargacuga in all its variants. He is such a nice design and everything. Okay. Not going to try and dodge through that. If I get it wrong, it hurts. Yeah. I can see Nerskilla. It's a very cool concept. It is one of the things I really am happy about for Wilds, that we got new Nepterons. Yeah, Devilio is clear. He is... I like him, but I think I put him into B rank when I did the ranking. Well, it is exactly because of the of how he fights that I like him so much. He is nice and fast. He looks, his ground form is amazing, or his basic form is amazing. Okay, a little bit more, and he will fall. Yeah, I think it helps. Well, part of the reason why I do enjoy Nargacuga so much is that my first... The game I really got into Monster Hunter with was Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, and he is the flagship monster for Freedom Unite. And he was a really, really cool fight, quite different from everything else we had back in the day. And he really stuck in my mind, and I still really enjoy fighting him. Nargacuga. Yeah, we're almost there. Just a little bit longer. And Arisen, hello, welcome in. Unfortunately, this is my last quest. I will not be fighting another one afterwards. I am already a few minutes over time, which is not bad, but I cannot have another one today. I'm sorry. And here we have Valstrax down. And the engine is dying. So, congratulations on reaching Hunter rank 12, I think it is. So congratulations on that, Tira. I'll just be picking up a few more minerals here. And yeah. Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that insisting on using the Isabelle skin reduces the amount of defense you have. On the other hand, you do want to have this as the Isabelle file, which I can understand, and I want to support you in getting your file to the level where it's going to be easier for you, and so yes, that means that I have to put in a bit more attention, a bit more work. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yep. I'll take that. I'll be sending you mine as well. I won't be able to save at the bed now, will I? Yeah, no, of course not. So, with that, I'll be needing to end stream for today. It has been a lot of fun. Thank you everybody for coming in, staying and watching. I'll have a quick look if we have anybody to pass the baton to, i.e. to raid. In the meantime, I do want to quickly go over my planned schedule for next week. For those who do know my schedule, it is going to be the normal schedule. So tomorrow, next Saturday, and next Sunday, I'm going to be playing more Monster Hunter, starting out in Monster Hunter GU. As usual, if you request it, and I'm not in multiplayer, that is the caveat I've added, I'm happy to switch games, show you monsters, all of that. Time is also going to be the normal times, so it's going to be from 13 o'clock to 18 o'clock Central European time. Next Monday and Friday, I'll be playing more Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor Overclock. Also, normal time from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summertime. I do hope that I'll be able to finish New Game Plus either next week or the week after that. And then I'll be shortening out the climb back to day number 6. I'll be playing that offline so we can quickly see the other 2 or 3 endings I wanted to show you in that game. And Thursday is also going to be as usual. I'll be continuing with the Aeon campaign. Probably it's going to be slowing down to 1 mission per stream and a few skirmishes, so I'm not pulling over time of an hour or so. I unfortunately do not have the time for that, and I need to keep to my stream times more or less. So that is that, and it's going to be the normal time from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European. Central European time. It's not summertime anymore. I don't need to add that in anymore. looking at raid targets, it's as usual quite unfortunate that Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate is either Chinese, Japanese, or in this case German. Maruya, have a great day yourself as well. Thank you very much for stopping by. It's very much appreciated from everybody, and no matter how short or long you stopped by, it is always appreciated. And there was something I wanted to say. I was thanking Tira for the watch streak. I do understand that some people are not so interested in some of the streams I'm doing. So if you're only stopping by for some specific stuff or so, that is also very much appreciated. So, for example, if you're only tuning in for my Monster Hunter streams, that is appreciated. And I did not. I hope that I didn't come across as not appreciating that as well. So, thank you all very, very much for the time you spend in my stream. Okay, for raid targets, there isn't all that much. So I think I'll be passing you over to Kixi. I haven't raided her in a while. She'll be playing Senran Kagura. So I hope that you are going to be enjoying her stream as much as you did mine. The schedule stands over the next week, and I think unless there would be something from your side, all that is left for me to do is thank all of you very much again for stopping by. It is very much appreciated. And until the next time, I am wishing you the best of time. Tomorrow, Tira, if you want to finish up to Atalka, no issue. Stop by and I'll be happy to help you out. And for everybody else, Monster Hunter is always open. I'm always open on the weekends mostly open for multiplayer games. So, but yeah, before I start rambling here, what I wanted to say is it's all appreciated, all the time you spend here, and I hope you have a great time. Until next time, and all there's now really left to say is goodbye.